It is live right now. Good morning to everybody out there on the web. Tuning in for the first time here for the Legion of Demons Lonestar Rivals, our 7th gathering here at the Texas Motorplex. Again, lanes are open. We are ready for you to come on down. Just go ahead and pull on up to the head of staging and we'll get you sent down track as soon as we can. Thank you all for attending and look forward to a really great 3 days of activities here at Billy's house, the Texas Motorplex. All right, our track crew out there. Eric McClellan leading the charge for everybody out on track, and DeMarcus Rogers, see him out there as well. They're getting everything in readiness here before the Mopars take their turn on the legendary all-concrete quarter mile here in Texas. Again, racers, come on down. The staging lanes are open. We are ready for you. All right, here over the radio, we're good to go here with all of our racers. And with that, as is tradition at each of these Legion of Demons events, we're going to make a test run here. It's going to start out with our leader, our head man in charge, Tim Godby, in 457. Getting those tires warmed up there on 457. He rolls through the beams, and he will start things out here in his Black Demon. Again, if you're not in the lanes and you want to make a run, come on down. The lanes are open. We're going to run for about 2 hours or so here before we break for lunch. We'll give you a heads up when that's going to happen, but for right now, lanes are open. And Tim off and running. And you hear the Hemi car get to a 1030, 133 miles an hour, as it's just a nice warm-up lap there. All right, next race car coming up. This is the Gray Ghost. Penny Holcomb out of Cedar Park, Texas. Getting a little instruction there to figure out where the starting line is. That's one of the nice parts of this event, is you get to learn and get very comfortable in that car. And Penny's doing that right now here in the Gray Ghost. We are in Pro Tree mode. That means all three ambers will flash, and then they'll get the green light. All right. I've driven past the starting line just a little bit. Got to back up and realign here. We are on manual start. And let's see what we got. Well, if that was the first time, that ain't bad. 695 to the 660 mark at 88 miles an hour, then slows her down a little bit to 1257 at 72. But a pretty decent little first lap. Well, two race cars left the starting line, but one came to a very quick stop. And that was Phil Hosner's machine over here on the right-hand side. He launched something he didn't like, so he pulled over to the wall. In the meantime, Chris Yolonowitz, Savannah, Texas, 1090, 124 miles per hour. And so we're going to have to give this hot rod a little assistance off of the racing surface here as it rolled to a stop just past the paint over there on the right-hand side, about 60 foot out. And I saw the reverse lights come on, but I don't know that it's moving. Hey, racers, Just a reminder, and kind of an important one. Tech cards, tech cards, tech cards, tech cards. You got to have your tech card. Yeah, I know it's just a piece of paper, but insurance company really wants that before you make your first run down the track. So I know we're being a little bit relaxed here, but before lunch today, or before you make your next run, make sure you got your tech card turned in. If we've got it in hand up here, that will be sufficient as we'll get them put in, but gots to have them tech cards. That's very, very important. All right, we're back to it with Ricky Holcomb. Car number SS21X. I'm assuming that means it's a super stock. So we've seen cars in the 10-second range. This one might go a little quicker. Conditions are really good out there. I'm told the track really is working pretty well. Doesn't sound like there's a thing wrong with that. How about a 1003? 1003, 139.58. So we should be back to side by side. Rob Kripe out of North Tustin, California, and Talleyrand, Laredo, Texas. The lime green machine over here on the left-hand side, alongside that gorgeous gray machine over on the right. Again, a couple of pretty quick machines here on the starting line. If you're a follower of this online, you'll recognize these two names as they're with us each and every year. Both of them getting after it. As you hear the cars going through the gearbox, how about a 919 on the left at 150 miles an hour, 906 on the right, also at 150. So a nice pair right out of the box as Rob Kripe 919, Talleyrand 906. Nice laps. Here's Ben Blaylock out of Tyler, Texas. That is the white Mopar on the left, and Catherine Casiba over here on the right. The Seba Motorsports machine out of Louisville. How about a 906 at 150? Nice lap there for Catherine. Ben Blaylock, 947 at 150 miles an hour as well. Speed-wise, virtually identical at the top end. ET-wise, not so much. Marge Heiding's coming up now from Key Largo. And Angelo Rivera, right side, Deltona, pair of Floridians here on the starting line. Marge on the left, the Lupe Tortilla lane. That is the red Dodge. Right side, Angelo Rivera. That is the white machine. Two more muscling their way down the racetrack. You can hear those Hemis roaring, getting to the top end. How about a pair of 903s on the scoreboard? 903.2 on the left, 903.5 on the right. Both of them clocking 151 miles an hour at the finish line. So, wow. Great run right there for both. I would have to think Mark will be happy with that. Doug Redekop coming up next, another of the Floridians. Doug out of Estero, Florida, and Bob Davis coming from the left coast, Anaheim, California. And for everybody out in California, we're certainly thinking about all of you, everything that you're going through right now. Hopefully there is better days ahead for all of you folks out there impacted by the wildfires out there in the Los Angeles area. So best reaction time of the day so far going to Bob Davis. 11:27 at 93 miles an hour. A little bit off pace down there as he was off the throttle before he got to the finish line. He was 95 miles an hour at the 8th mile. 93 miles an hour at the finish line. Kenny Woolsey coming up now over on the left-hand side. The Gray Demon. Right side. The White Machine. No name on file yet for car 1108. And again, a reminder. I understand we have a tech card. Mike Mahoney. Hey, Mike. Glad to have you on board. Mike Mahoney pulling up on the right-hand side. We do have his tech card, but hey, if we don't have yours, be sure and get that tech card filled out so we can get it entered in the system. A little bit of tire chatter there for Mahoney's machine. Kenny Woolsey driving down through there. 1084 for Mahoney, 136 miles an hour. Kenny Woolsey, 1026 at 147. And I'd swear I'm hearing a snowmobile under the tower, but no, it's just some little rattling dirt bike out there. Again, racers, staging lanes are open. You're free to come up and make as many runs as you'd like as the lanes are open. Come on up. Several companies stepping up to help support this event as they do each and every year, and we're happy to have A1 Collision Supercenter on board out of Laredo. Happy to have them on board, as well as Jarvis Tire Pros, another Texas-based operation. R2 Motorsports, Sipple Speed Shop, ZH Tunes. Some great folks stepping up to be a part of the Legion of Demons event here, where we host the fastest Mopars on Earth. Rob Kripe back up, take another shot at it. Kripe out of California, looking for a time slip in the 8-second range. He's 9:09. 9:09 right now at 151 miles an hour. Decent lap there for Rob. Car's got just a little more in it. We'll see that. Coming up in the meantime, Craig Bellavender from Phoenix, Arizona will roll up as the West Coast contingent making their runs right now. Rob Glaspie, Tehachapi, California, over here on the right-hand side. That is the Toyota lane. Left side, the Lupe Tortilla lane. Craig Bellavender with our first 8-second run of the day, 8:96, 154 over here on the left side. Robert Glaspie making a nice lap over here on the right. Tally Garibay back for another one alongside Andy McPherson. Tally's license plate tag kind of tells a story. It says run 8s. Andy McPherson over on the right-hand side. Tally did not like that at all as he pulled over to the wall. Afraid he might have hurt something there as he's got the car stopped, taking his helmet off, kind of assessing the situation. Hopefully nothing serious there. Andy McPherson in the meantime, 1066, 148 miles per hour. Well, as we continue just a little bit of track prep after Tally Garibay had a little unfortunate circumstance out there. Not sure how serious it is. He drove the car back under its own power to the pit area. Tim Godby up here in race control with us right now. And Tim, you were the first car down the track. How are things out there this morning?
That's what I wanted to do is with this chilly weather, wanted to be able to just take one of the demons and run down there in 808 mode and just hit it and see what it felt like. And it stuck really good. I think I still had 25, 26 pounds of air in the rear tires and all the stuff in the trunk and everything else. And it stuck really good and went down the track well. And TJ and the track's doing a real good job. You can see that from I know that the first car that had a problem, it looks like it's going to be the slip yoke on his drive shaft. And then I don't know what happened with Tally a minute ago, but we'll see. We got Cole and Mr. Watkins coming up now, though.
Yeah, that's right. Doug Watkins over here on the left out of Richmond, Texas. Brings his blue Dodge Demon up. On the right side, Cole Godby. That is the progeny, right?
That's my son. But he's got his 300C there, which is the 392. That's the last year they made that car.
Now, I remember back in the very first part of this event, it was Demons only.
That's correct.
But as it's evolved, you've opened it up to more Hemi-powered machines.
Yeah, what ended up happening is that guys that had Demons, they also had other cars that they wanted to race. You know, they had two cars and they wanted to bring both of them and all this other stuff. Long story short, we eventually we just said, you know what, let's make it Mopars, you know, and here we are.
Yep, here we are, and it's the this is the 7th time we've done it, and done it a few times down at Houston, and this is our 2nd year here at the Motorplex, and got to give a big thank you to Eric McClelland and DeMarcus and everybody here at the Motorplex. They've been wonderful hosts.
They certainly have. I appreciate all the work they do. You know, when you call them from long across the nation and everything and having to deal with them by the phone and just getting everything ready for us has just been a real pleasure to work with them.
Yeah, this is a legendary racetrack, and I can remember when this joint opened up, and it's now the 40th. They will have been open 40 years this year, and so big celebration coming up in October to celebrate their 40th year.
Wow. Yeah, I know that Houston and this one was they were basically made at the same time, and they mirrored each other. You know, just flip-flopped the pits and the staging and everything. But we loved it in Houston, and now there is no Houston, and we love it here. It's just, you know, threading the needle of weather at this particular time of year.
Well, whether you call it luck or serendipity or whatever it might be, looks like we're going to have 3 pretty good days here for people to get out and stretch their legs.
You know it. It looks like we're going to have snow rolling in on Monday, Martin Luther King Day, and that's usually like our weather rollover day. we were like, oh, we better get started now.
Yep, we don't want any of that snow. It was a little rough there about a week ago, but we've got her kind of cleaned up. Dan Pianfetti, that's a new name for me, out of Atkins,
Yep.
Texas, 1024 at 136. And Brad Moose dips down into the 9s for the Illinois runner. Kenny Woolsey and Marge Hidings coming up next. So Marge, right out of the box, had a very nice lap first time around. They've done some stuff to this car, haven't they?
To Marge's car?
Yeah.
No, they just been trying to keep it squared away. It's a stock Demon 170. One thing about most of these 170s, they're all a solid 9.0 car. They are just, I mean, really good stuff.
Yeah, that's part of the evolution of this event, because when we first started doing it, when I first started doing it with you, there was no such thing as the 170. So the 950 time slip was a big deal.
It was. Just getting people under in a 9-second range was the big deal. You know, it was I was giving people rear tires and wheels and just trying to get them to not leave the line with a full tank of gas was crazy. It was like, oh, we need it for traction, and it's like, no, you don't. Just you got to get some of that weight out of the car. And once they started listening and everybody coming together, we started getting. I think the first year we ended up getting everybody 9-second passes, which is really good for the original Demon.
Here's Mike Mulder and Jim Marino heading down track right now. Mulder out of San Clemente on the left. Marino from Arizona. 905 at 152. So I assume that's, if I see a 90 car, I can assume it's a 170. Is that right?
Well, you can. However, so here's a little bit of piece of that with what just happened just now. So Mike Mulder's car broke before he got here, and so Jim, who had a 170, he also had Walter Warner's car because he bought it from Walter a little while ago before when he started having trouble. But Walter's car is number 216, which is the one that I think was on the left, which was 216, right? Was that the number? And 0216 is the 170. But anyway, it's a VIN match pair, so that's a VIN match pair race that you just saw there. So both of them are 216 Demons, but one's a 2018 number 216, and the other one is a 2023 number 216.
So I guess I'm a little lost. I don't understand necessarily the VIN matching. And
right.
For you and your community, you do understand it, but what exactly does that mean?
So Dodge, whenever the original Demon owners, in other words, when they were building the 170, if you ordered a 170, you had a Demon, 2018 Demon, you would have to show proof, which is your registration title or whatever, and they would order your 2023 Demon with the same exact VIN number as your 2018 Demon. So then you have a 2018 Demon with a VIN number, and then you have a 2023 Demon with the VIN number. Should I say the last 4 digits of the VIN is the same? Because they're going to be different at the front, you know.
Okay, that's the part that confused me a little bit, because I'm thinking, boy, you go to get these things registered at the DMV because they're street legal, right?
Yeah, they're street legal.
How you would do that with an identical VIN number, but now
other than the 2023 function or lettering or whatever in the 2018 lettering, but the last 4 digits for sure are exactly the same as the ones. If you had a previous you're a previous dealer, you had Demon owner and you had a Demon at the time you ordered, then you could get it. There's a lot of quirks on that. The white car that I have, $32.99.
Yes.
So there are 5 Demons, Demon 170, should I say, that are not VIN matched to any Demon, whether the same owner has them or not. They run the same sequence. So the same owner getting a VIN match pair happened if you own the previous Demon. However, if you didn't own a previous Demon, you got a Demon that was in that same VIN range. Well, somewhere out there is another Demon with the same last 4 numbers. You just might not own it. It might not be yours. So there is a VIN match to that somewhere. One of the curious things is that there are 5 2018 Demons that they did not make the same VIN in 2023. Right. It's pretty wild. So that car that I have, $32.99, is one of those. So it's in a true one-of-one Demon. There's no other Demon like it. It's interesting.
It is interesting, and
But we're nerds like that.
well, and the interesting part is how you know all of this stuff, how you learn all of this stuff. That's all part of this community, right?
Oh yeah, it's just because we all stick together and we just it's just there's a lot of I just have to go back to the word nerd. I mean, we really nerd out on it. We get real technical. We want to know which ones do what, and it's in the car community in general, right? I mean, everybody wants the one of one, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's what it's all about. Is just finding your little corner of the world with your car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Jeremy Barrett coming up next
On the left.
on the left. And right side, Jessica Sipple. Jessica,
Actually,
out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Look at that. Well, that's probably Jessica out in front of the car.
Yeah, I
isn't it?
think John's driving it.
Okay.
Jessica was giving him orders.
Aha. I've been married before. I understand how it works. So Jessica. So John and Jessica pulling up over here on the right side. And for the weekend, the right lane is the Sipple Speed and Performance lane. John jumps off the starting line. Hustling down track in the green machine to a 980, 141 miles an hour. Jeremy Barrett goes 937 at 148 in his Wisconsin-based machine. I hear one that rumbles a little bit different over here on the left.
Oh yeah, that would be Jerome Stone and the RHR Hellcat. Yeah, Richard Higgs' car, but Jerome Stone's driving it.
Okay. And Mike Mahoney out of Louisville, Texas. It sounds a little more stout than everything else we've seen so far today.
Well, I expect that car to be 850, between 830 and 850. But this is a shakedown run, so we'll see. He may just run it a little bit light.
Well, I guess we'll all find out together.
Yes, sir. Warren, this weather is just nice, isn't it? I'm really happy with that.
Really nice. This is, I mean, let's face it. We're in the second week of January, and we're going to have 50-plus degree temperatures. So Jerome gets off the throttle before he gets to the finish line and still goes 988 at 109 miles an hour. He was 130 at a half track, 109 at the finish line. Mike Mahoney, 1005 at 137 miles per hour.
So one of the things I notice is that he must, I don't know if it's fuel or not, but that would be understandable that something popped loose and leaked down the line. They're about to go out there and rotate it in. Hopefully it didn't get too bad. That's the one thing about having a modified, race car. It's just you got to get all the parts right. It's not everything's got to be in sync. If not, you're gonna have an issue.
Absolutely. But the cars right out of the factory, though, they're very well built.
They are, and now don't get me wrong, they have their own problems, but if you've got a couple of thousand miles on it and you've done a couple passes down the track, you get solid.
That out.
Yeah, I mean, like when I ran the first car down 457, that car is stock from the factory, 7 years now at the racetrack. I've got over 2,800 passes, 2,800 passes on that car.
Unbelievable.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And I mean, and the 3299, my white car, over 800 passes. So, yeah, and knock on wood, I have not replaced from a racetrack. I've not had a break on the racetrack. I've been fussy about the noise in the rear end. Told them I need that rear end change because it's whining too much. That was early on. However, as far as racing, never. I mean, nothing, no issues. And that's been the wonderful part about the Demon, is they engineered it to do this job, and it does it.
Yeah, that race car, from what I've seen, I've only had the opportunity to sit in the passenger seat of your car on a lap, and there's a lot going on in there.
Which we got to do that again anyway.
I would love to do that.
There you go. We got to do that again.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of riding along in a car, I know that you don't yet own a 170.
No, I do not.
But have you had the chance to drive one yet?
No, and I've had some offers, but that gets me into my funny world. Like, I'm just funny about driving other people's cars at speed. Driving them to go do something or whatever. Whatever. But at a drag strip, and on cars with over 900 wheel horsepower, it starts to get into the zone where I don't know about that. Not that I don't want to, but nah, it's okay. I like the play in mind, give people rides and launch them, and then let them see how it launches and it feels to ride in one, how it feels to get the tires off the ground. That's so much fun, seeing people's expressions after that happens.
Well, I can attest. It gets your attention. No question about it. Well, after just a little bit of grooming out there on the racetrack, we're back with it with Bob Davis over on the left out of Anaheim and Tom Cassabaum out of Dana Point, California. It's great to see cars from all over the country. I've already seen one from Wisconsin. We've Florida racers. We've got California racers. Everybody meeting here kind of halfway across the country in Dallas.
Yes, sir. We've had people from England come over. We've had Puerto Rico. We've had quite a few different countries represented. It's just a fun time, and we've got a unique little setup to where it's just for racers, and that's what the guys love. That's why they keep coming back.
About an 840 over there on the right-hand side, 163 miles an hour for Tom Cassabaum. Good-looking lap there, and Bob Davis. Davis will take his Demon to a 918. Jake Simon, as I said, Wisconsin in the house here. Bill Dantico out of Apple Valley, California, coming up over here on the right-hand side. Simon from Richfield, Wisconsin, escaping those below zero temperatures this morning.
Yeah, that's right. Let them run.
Here comes Dantico on the charge, making some steam down there at the top end. In the meantime, Simon gets there first, 9:14 at 1:48. Dantico was picking up speed down there at the top end, 9:24, 153 miles an hour. That car's got more in it. Gave up a little bit on the starting line.
Yeah. I think he was playing with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. Doug Redicop comes up now, Estero, Florida.
No, Doug, he's from Canada, and he's recently moved to Florida, or visiting Florida a lot. How about that? He ran in the Modern Street Hemi Series, and I think he took the 9.0 class. He's the champion this year.
Well, how about that? Yeah. Dan and Al are friends over there, Modern Street Hemi Shootout.
That's correct.
They've got a handful of races coming up this year, based primarily on the East Coast. Dan Pianfetti over here on the right side, out of Atkins, Texas, in the Sipple Speed Shop lane. Still having a little issue trying to figure out that starting line. Redicop to the top end, 938, 148 miles an hour left side. Dan Pianfetti, 1033 at 132.
Yeah, one of our event goers that lives in California didn't make it here because she had to deal with family issues and friend issues with the fire. And our thoughts and prayers go out to her, Tatiana Weiss. And she usually brings a drag pack, which we love drag packs, you know. They loud and shake the windows and give us a great scene, you know. But our thoughts are with her and her family and friends right now, and we hope that everything's okay out there. I know that's a horrible, horrible situation.
Yes, it is. And I echo those sentiments, and certainly thinking about everybody. And it sounds like Mother Nature's going to give them a little bit better situation to deal with as the winds are dying down a little bit, but still a lot to do and a lot to recover from. Kenny Woolsey, 913, 149 miles an hour over there on the right side. Left side, Cole Godby, 1234 at 112. Burnout's underway right now for Tony Porras and Paul Beckwith. And this is a good sign. Tally Garibay under the tower. He'll be back up here in just a second. Tony Porras out of Parker, Colorado, over here in the A1 collision lane. That's the left side. Paul Beckwith. Beckwith just not having a very good day coming off that starting line. Not sure exactly what's going on because it leaps and lurches a little bit, and then it moves to an idle. In the meantime, Tony Porras down track, 1030 and 133 miles an hour. Paul Beckwith back on the throttle to get cleared of the top end. And as soon as we get him off safely, pay attention in the pit area. When you come to the staging lanes, we'd ask you to pull up into lanes 5 and 6. Please use lanes 5 and 6, please, when you come to the staging lanes. Left side, not on file just yet, but the Charger SRT over on the left. Needs to back up just a little bit more, staging with the back wheels right now. There we go. Behind the starting line, we'll get ourselves reassessed here. And Tally Garibay back at it. Had an aborted run earlier as he launched and then pulled over to the wall. Didn't like something that he saw or heard. We'll find out what's going on here in just a second. So the Charger rolls the starting line, will not get a time. Meantime, Tally is off and running. Charger slows At the top end, tally 899 at 151 miles an hour. Mike Mahoney, Jody Jarvis. Coming up next, Mike, Louisville, Texas. That would be the white demon on the left. Right side, the black demon, Jody Jarvis. For Jarvis Tire Pros, one of our sponsors here this weekend. Happy to have Jody and the entire Jarvis race team on board as they take their demon down track. 939, 143 miles an hour for Jody. Mike Mahoney, 1156 at 99.
Did it look like Mike spun a little bit on the line?
Yep, sure did. Matt Martin out of East Bethel, Minnesota, on the left. And on the right side, this is the Chicken Man. Chris Bailey out of Fort Worth. I know there's a story that goes along with that. I don't know what the story is for the Chicken Man over on the right. But
I think that's wrong. The Chicken Man is Trip Carter.
okay, well, all I can tell you is what it says on the back window there.
I think we'll get that corrected here in a minute. Chris Bailey's
in the red one.
That's
correct?
right.
Okay.
He's in the red one, and this is the D17127.
Okay.
So that's the difference. Let me go.
905 at 151 over on the right side for the Chicken Man, and Matt Martin, 1024. Rob Kripe back up again, getting another lap here in his green demon. And Doug Watkins over on the right. Watkins out of Richmond, Texas. Kripe from California. So that was Trip Carter, the Chicken Man. Kripe jumps off the starting line. His green machine with a 9 flat. 900, 150 miles an hour. And Doug Watkins, 1057 at 128. As we've already told you, lanes are open. Open time runs until lunchtime, which should happen around 12:30 or so. All right, we're back at it with Eric Taylor. Taylor, 962 and 146, left side, and Jim Hart, 1004 at 137 on the right. Ricky Holcomb out of Cedar Park, backing up now. Got to get my forwards and reverses figured out. And John Plow. John Plogue out of Plymouth, Nebraska. Sorry about butchering your name there, John. John Plogue. Holcomb to the top end first, 984 at 140. John Plogue slowing to a 1456 at 84.
Old Ben, he's coming up here now against Cole.
How about that?
Yeah.
Ben Blaylock, Tyler, Texas. The Warlock Machine over on the left. And Cole was Spartan on his license plate over here on the right, the 300C.
That's right.
Got those Georgia tags on it.
I think old Cole is playing a mental game with Ben, rolling up there real slow. Let's see who's going to stay. Oh, Ben stage first.
So if Cole was trying to get the starting line advantage, old Ben gave him a driving lesson there. 904 over on the left, 151 miles an hour, 1229 right side for Cole, 112 for the speed. Here's Catherine Kasiba out of Louisville. And that car kind of jumps up and makes a little weird move to the left. And Miss Kasiba takes her foot off the accelerator. In the meantime, Andy McPherson drives it on through to a 919, 150 over here on the right side. Speed chop lane. Catherine with a 2080 at 50. In the A1 collision lane left. Matt Martin and Mike Mahoney. M&M and M&M, left and right.
Yeah, one of the good things about what we got going on is Matt showed up and had a new set of wheels for his car. He was going to run. Lo and behold, the back spacing was right on the car. I mean, on the wheels, so... Go ahead.
That didn't sound any good.
No, and him having the wrong backspace, he was like, "Oh, I can't even run." And it's like the good thing is it's just this group. It's like, hey, Matt's wheels doesn't work, and he had 3 people come up and say, "Hey, let's get these. Let's put these on your car, and let's get you down the track." You know, which is awesome.
Yep, and he did get down the track on that with 938. Here's Kenny Woolsey and Mark Haas coming up now. Haas out of St. Louis, up in my neck of the woods. Kenny Woolsey, Barnhart, Missouri. Not sure how close that is to St. Louis. But a pair of Missourians heading towards the finish line. 9:15 left side for Kenny Woolsey at 1:49. Mark Haas 9:91 at 1:45. Hey, just want to let you all know we're going to have a little bit of modification in the schedule as we announced it earlier. Lunch is going to be a little bit earlier. It'll be closer to noon. So we're going to have about 15, 20 more minutes of running time here before we break for lunch. Jody Jarvis coming up now, and Larry Rose alongside. Jarvis out of Navasota, Texas. That's the race car on the left. Larry Rose, New Birch. I think that's Newburgh, Indiana.
Yeah, and just to correct what I said earlier, I'd forgotten that Doug and Larry were racing in Modern Street Hemi Shootout, and actually Larry was the champion. I was incorrect earlier. I wanted to make sure that got corrected.
It's nice to give him his due there, and he's already right on that number, 898 at 157 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you become the champion. Paul Beckwith, so far, his demon has been demonizing him as he hasn't even got it off the starting line yet. As it lurched and bucked and jumped and didn't do anything good. First couple of times he tried it. See if this is going to be a little bit better.
Oh, yeah, he got out good that time.
Yeah, nice, smooth ease off the starting line there.
Yep.
Putting the power to it now, 10:02.
Yeah, maybe he maybe he lifted up on the throttle a little bit before he took off.
Yeah, it did not lift the wheels there, so I think that car's got more potential in it.
Yep. Oh, Eric Taylor coming up.
Yeah. So is this a different car for Eric? I thought his car was yellow.
His is yellow 2018 Demon is 650, and this lime green one is 650. This is the 2023. He changed the color, so his garage is pretty bright.
Yes. Yes, if you like highlighters.
Yes. It makes for a bright garage.
Absolutely. And Eric's one of the most consistent drivers that you see out here. He really likes to put the laps on this car.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he and I and several all the years, Modern Street Hemi Shootout and Reynolds and everything else, just lap. I bet you that car will eat up at least a 55-gallon drum of fuel in 3 days. I know it will. 9:30.
9:37 at 146. That's a nice little lap there out of the new Demon.
And I think he bounced it a bit, like he wasn't sure or whatever the setup was, but it bounced coming off the line, so he lost a little bit of time doing that. The front end, bouncing like a rat, bouncing like a basketball.
Yep. So a novice question for me, the Demon 170 is called a 170 because it runs E85. Is that correct?
Correct. And I believe the reference is 170 proof.
Right.
Yeah.
170
type
proof.
deal.
Now,
yeah,
will it only run E85 or can you run?
Yeah, I believe it's a dual fuel. It runs premium fuel, and then but the power comes in when they run pure, the ethanol.
Oh,
E85,
right.
E90.
So a question that would go along with that, especially in colder weather, how well does the E85 combination run in colder weather?
Well, these guys, when they get the DA right, it's a little bit warmer now, so the DA is going away from it right now. So in negative DA, negative 500, 1,000, I've seen them run 980s, stock with E90 in them. So I'd say they do pretty good.
Well, I'd say so too. Mike Mahoney and Bob Davis, although Bob is watching a little bit of cleanup there in aisle 2 in front of him right now.
Which is odd seeing Bob in a purple car, because his VIN match 717 2018 Demon is white, and so I'm so used to seeing Bob in a white car. It's sort of weird to see him in a purple car. I don't even know it's him.
Yeah, nobody said it had to be identical, right?
Identical color, yeah. It doesn't have to be identical build. There's folks out there with, item by item identical VIN match cars.
Well, looks like your boy Cole's back up here to get another lap in the 300C.
He had 3/4 of a tank of fuel. He said he's got to just keep going until he runs out of fuel. Then he can start looking at trying to do a number with the car.
Now, you have street driven your car.
Yeah, I do. I sure do.
So, again, a novice question. What kind of gas mileage does that car get in normal daily life?
You want to hear a crazy one? So at 55, if you're cruising along at 55 in cruise control in a 2018 Demon, I've gotten 21 miles to the gallon in that car.
No way.
Yes. On cruise control. Because when you take it off of cruise control, the foot gets involved. And when the foot's involved, I eat up the fuel. It's more like 8 miles to the gallon.
I understand that.
Because you cannot not press the gas and play with it.
Mark Haas and Kenny Woolsey coming back up here for another lap.
I'd be interested to see how Mark does this time. He was a little skittish on that last pass.
I know we've talked about this before in previous years, but
he broke loose.
There's no real issue in hot lapping these cars, is there?
No. I know that early on when I was running it in Modern Street Hemi Shootout with 457, my maximum steel car that has 2,800 passes, they used to laugh at me because I would run a run and come back around, and like they'd all just be standing there like, weren't you just here? Like, yep. Yep. It was like I had just enough time to put a gallon of gas in it, and I'm come up here and run a gallon of gas out of it, went down the track. It's just you can run them steady. I mean, they are built to do what they're doing right now.
I think later on this weekend, you told me that we're going to see some what you call six-packs coming up.
Yes.
So what's involved in that?
So you get 6 fairly matched cars, and you set them under the tower, and first 2 come up, hit the water box, do the burnout, get staged, and they launch. And when they launch, we got us a broke one, maybe, Lonnie.
Yeah, Rob Kripe with that 911 pass getting to the finish line right now, but Lonnie Bartley with a little trouble there. Murrieta, California-based machine.
Yeah, I don't think he liked the way it launched.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. But Rob can't be too disappointed with that because it hung the wheels out there for about 40 feet before it set
yes,
them down.
Sir, it did. But back to the 6-packs, they your first 2 go down, and while the first 2 hit the quarter-mile mark, the next 2 are doing a burnout. And by the time the first 2 are pulling off the track, the next 2 are staging and getting ready to go or trying to go. It's an exercise in getting the job done, so to speak. So you send 2, you send the next 2, you send the next 2. They come down the front return road, and when they get back to the water box, they switch lanes, and they run again. And those 6 cars, each one does 3 laps, and that's the 6-pack basically. And then after they go back to the pits, and then the next 6 cars come up. So hopefully we'll be able to get that done if we got the people that can do it. Sometimes it's a little hard to get people to do it.
And I think if I recall correctly, when you guys do the 6-pack, the best run is usually the 3rd run, right?
All right, so on the 2018 Demon, we started doing that because the 2018 Demons would see half a tenth, maybe even a full tenth, because the chiller doesn't have a chance to work properly while it's sitting in the staging lanes waiting and coming underneath the tower. So by doing the 6-pack, the first run is like a getting the system out there, but then the second run and the third run, second run's probably going to be right on par, and your third run's going to be a match to that on the 2018 Demon, because coming back down the return road at 35 miles an hour together, the chiller has a chance to do its job and drop the temperature of the air going in the blower to below ambient, and that's what we were always looking for. Nowadays, you got guys like Summit and IC Chiller, and they got it where it don't matter if you're sitting in the 100 and something degree heat, you're still going to get 40 degree air going through your blower. So the technology's changed for the better on that. Wow, you see him hit that nitrous?
Oh my. Here we go. Jerry Grimes on a lap.
Wow.
Yeah. How about an 874 at 169 miles an hour?
I bet you
On
Cole
the
would
bottom.
love to see that sitting next to him. It's like he's side him. He's like, oh, I got it. I'll be able to do it. And then he hit that nitrous and took off.
Yeah. Cole was only ahead for about 3 feet. And Jerry Grimes was already past him before they got to the 60-foot mark. That was pretty stout.
Wow. 12 minutes to eat and lunch.
Yeah, we're about 12 minutes away from lunchtime, so we're going to close the lanes here in about 5 minutes or so, run everybody out, and then take a lunch break, about an hour or so, and have a little gathering, a little fellowship, talk about the day so far. I think we got qualifying coming up this afternoon, don't we?
Yeah, we decided on this in the past 6 years. We've done the racing portion at the latter part of the event. The second day after lunch, we would do qualifying, and on the third day, we would do our eliminations. Well, what happens there is that everybody gets so happy running early that they break things, and or schedules get in the way and they leave, and it turns out that our racing is, I'd say lackluster, but you don't have enough representation in classes. So we decided to flip it over, and let's do that on the first day, qualify on the first day, and then we'll do eliminations in the morning so that we can do our awards and everything on the middle of lunch tomorrow, and then from that point on, we can do the silly stuff that we like to do and just keep going.
All right, so just to clarify here, over here in some conversation up here in the tower, the staging lanes are closed. We got 6 cars back there right now that we're going to go ahead and run out, and then we're going to break for lunch. So if you're not in the lanes, don't head this way. At least don't head this way to expect to run, because we're going to run these handful of cars out, and then we're going to call it lunch here as SE and everybody over there is getting things ready for you for lunch, and we'll take about an hour, and then we'll be back for more time runs and some qualifying. And got to give a lot of credit to SE and to Zach and Riley and Grayson and Cole, everybody involved in putting this together. They do a lot of the behind the scenes.
Yeah, Sue Ellen is she's a one-stop shop, I can tell you that. She's designed everything and did the artwork and got everything produced so that everybody can have quality, swag, if you will, for everything that we do here. And like right now, I'm up here talking with you, and they've already taken care of the entire lunch situation. And, I got to get down there and do my part now. But I want to eat too, But
Sure.
at any rate, so I'm gonna cut out and go down there and help and make sure that everybody gets their stuff, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right. Looking forward to it. Thanks for coming up and spending part of the morning up here. And I'm sure throughout the weekend you'll pop back in here and spend a little time on the mic. And it's very insightful every time we get the chance to talk.
I'm gonna, at the drivers' meet or whatever at lunch, we're going to. I'm gonna request that the guys come up here, or gals come up here one at a time and visit with you, so that the audience can get to know who the people are and where they come from and what they do. If you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. I think that'll be a great thing because there's a lot of very interesting stories behind all these folks that are out here spending the next few days with us, and would love to have them come up and share their stories as to how they got to this spot right here in the driver's seat of the Demon. Mark Haas, 957, right side, 143 miles an hour. Left side, Jeremy Barrett, Verona, Wisconsin. Left side with an 813. Try all of that again. 1383 at 83. And from the sounds of that, some a little higher horsepower coming up. This is a licensing pass coming up right now for car 899. So since it is licensing, we don't have any tech information in the computer, but I can tell you that ain't stock. Hard stout launch there. And it looks like they're going to back it up and try it again. 136.60 foot right there on the license pass. Well, the car very consistent, 131 this time to the 60-foot mark. And I think we're going to back up and give it a little more, stretch it out a little further, get to the 8th mile this time around. Again, the staging lanes are closed right now for our lunch break. If you're not in the lanes, we appreciate it if you just hang on a little bit. Of course, you can drive up this way if you want. but we're not going to run you until later. 590 this time around to the 660 mark. And a 1089 at 78 at the top. Andy McPherson coming up now. Left side. I believe Andy out of Florida. Right side, Angelo Rivera from Deltona, Florida. As we are winding our way down, maybe just one more pair of cars. Rivera better on the starting line. Top end 906, 151. Andy McPherson left side 905 at 150. Virtually identical runs to the finish line. Rivera with starting line advantage. Cole Godby back up here. Like Tim said, Cole just trying to run the fuel out of it. Once again, staging lanes are closed, and you are invited to the Champions Club for lunch. Come on down. It is lunchtime. We're going to take about an hour break for lunch. And you're certainly welcome to join us here in the Champions Club. 12:25 at 112 for Cole Godby. Jim Marino and Mike Mulder coming up now. Marino left side out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And Mike Mulder right side, San Clemente, California. As Tim told you earlier, these two are VIN-matched demons. One of these demons previously owned by Walter Warner. Nice runs for both cars. Top end, 897 at 148 for Mike Mulder. Jim Marino left side, 924 at 152 miles per hour. Chris Bailey coming up now. This is Chris Bailey out of Fort Worth. The Bailey's Performance Machine. Left side, he is backing up now. He's in the A1 collision lane. And then on the right side is Doug Watkins from Richmond, Texas. Bailey's machine, one of the quickest and fastest on the property. First pass for Bailey, not going as smoothly as he would like. Doug Watkins drives it to the top end with a 947, 147 miles an hour. Bailey, and 1247 there at 133 miles an hour. And with that, that is our final pair. So we're going to take a break right now for about an hour or so. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But then we'll be back to it. with time runs and qualifying later on this afternoon. For you folks on the line, we'll just have a graphic up on the screen that we're going to be down for lunch, and we'll be back to it in a little while. Hey racers, hope you enjoyed lunch. It was great to see everybody over at the Champions Club. Actually going to have a couple of people over the next day or so come up and join me here in the tower and tell their racing stories. I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, track preparation is underway. Just a little bit of touch-up out there on the racing surface. I think things were fairly good all morning long, and we expect the same this afternoon. We are going to run an hour of test and tune right now. So it's open time runs, open test and tune. And then right around 2 o'clock, plus or minus, we're going to give you an hour of test and tune. And then right at 2 o'clock, we're going to run the first of 3 qualifying sessions. And so we are going to run all of you together as a group in qualifying. But you only get 1 run per qualifying session, and we're going to give you 3 qualifying sessions. So it doesn't matter if you're 8.0, 850, 9 flat, bracket, whatever it is. We're just going to run you all, and then we're going to manually put it all together after the 3 qualifying sessions are done. But we want to run Q1, then qualifying session 2, then qualifying session 3, so all qualifying is out of the way. And then we will finish up the day with time runs. Hopefully that's clear and makes sense. Speaking of clear and makes sense, here's Sammy Beagles out of Mansfield, Texas.
That's right, and Mark Heiding's on the tune.
Aha.
Every year, Sammy comes with this beautiful drag pack, and we love to watch it work. About to get loud.
So Mark Heiding's out there, the tuner, motioning to Sammy. Mark steps out of the way. Kind of an animated discussion going on out there on the starting line. Not sure exactly what's going on. But Sammy getting lined up in his drag pack over here on the A1 collision left side of the track. Those wheelie bars are on the back for a reason, although he kind of chattered the tires there. And Sammy, not sure if he's just going to drive it on through. I guess he is. Huh. Now, one thing that impresses me as somebody that can cut a light, look at Sammy's reaction time. 001 light, 1,000th of a second from being perfect on the reaction timer. So that part is fantastic. The rest, not so much. Here is Catherine Kasiba up next, out of Louisville. Brad out in front of the car.
And Rob Welch.
Rob Welch over here on the right-hand side.
I think so. I don't think he put the number on his car. Oh, that's Zung's car? They both green. I'm looking at the back of them.
Of course, Zung is the proprietor of ZH Tunes.
That's correct.
One of our sponsors for this weekend's activities.
That's correct. It'd help if you put the number on the back of the car where we could see it, huh?
Yeah, car numbers are important.
Yeah. However, he's been working 8 months. 8 months on this car. Just working on it every single day that I know of.
My, oh my.
Yeah.
So what can we expect out of this ride?
I don't
He's
know
in-
whether
he's
I,
entered
this is
in
the this,
9-0.
yeah, this is the first time that he's run it, so I
Okay.
don't know if this is just going to be a shakedown for him or if he's going to try to do anything with it. Say again? Yeah.
In and gone.
Hold it, keep it straight. God, almighty, keep it straight, keep it straight, keep it straight.
Well, he was sure hugging that center line. 7:51 at 188 miles an hour. If that's a shakedown pass, I can only imagine. What a lap there. 7:51 at 188.
He was working it too. He was
Yes,
trying
he
to get.
was.
He was trying to keep it from going across the center line.
Catherine, not the run she was looking for in the 12-second range. Jake Simon comes up next. Out of Richfield, Wisconsin. And according to the window with the L
899.
with the circle on it, he's in licensing mode right now.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
Our starting line crew giving a little assistance here to get him backed up and try this burnout process again. So saw him earlier, right before lunch, he took care of 3 of his 6 passes that he needed with 2 60-foot runs and a 8th mile run, which was pretty solid. I think that is a much better burnout.
Yeah, I think he may have just forgot to do the burnout.
Very possible.
Yeah, because that was a good burnout.
Yeah, got that figured out.
I think everybody was just put aback and just sort of staring at Z's run like, oh, wait a minute. Full size, 4,500 pound, whatever, Charger, 750 on a shakedown. Lord have mercy.
Yep, so that was a little bit more like what we expected on the licensing pass because he's got to make runs of varying length. That was about a 3/4 track pass there, 10:26 at 95. Jeremy Barron, Verona, Wisconsin, and Marge Heidings over here on the right from Key Largo.
Who we got there? Oh, we got Mr. Lonnie Bartley coming up next.
Marge hustling down track. 8:99 with a 9. Gets into the 8s. 8:99.9 at 152 for Marge. Jeremy Barron, 10:13 at 149 miles per hour. Doug Redekop and Lonnie Bartley coming up next. Talked to Lonnie a little bit over at lunch. Turns out his wife's family is from a little town in Illinois, not too far away from where I live. But he is from Murrieta, California. Doug Redekop, the Canadian, now a snowbird, down in Florida. Looks like he made the permanent move.
Let's hope Lonnie gets off the line a little bit stronger than he did last time. Nope. He blew it again. He blew it off, blew the line.
Yeah, he definitely is not having any luck there getting off the starting line. He was, from those tire tracks, he was lined up a little bit out of the groove, a little bit to the left. So I think the starting line is working okay for people. It's just a matter of getting yourself in the right spot. 9:06 at 151 for Doug Redekop.
Yeah, and he didn't go out past. When he did his burnout and roll, he didn't go out past the starting line and sort of set himself up with a little bit of prep on the tires.
Yeah, I noticed each driver does it a little bit different. I've watched your routine. That's one thing you do is you roll on through past the starting line and back up. I assume you're trying to back up right in the same tracks that you just laid down.
I do. What it works for me and my car is when I do my burnout, I roll it out. I don't just do a burnout and then let off while I'm still back at near the water box. I ease up on the brake and let it roll on forward until the tires start to get a good grip. Then I know I'm clean and I know the tires are sticky. And then I roll out past the tree, which a lot of tracks don't like, but this is our event, so we do it. And by doing that, you pick up that fresh glue, and when you take off or you run in your own tracks, you basically got it. It's all prepped for you. It's ready to rock and roll. I don't have problems with my cars. That works, and I don't want to change it.
Well, that's right. It is a matter of routine, and it's very predictable when you do it that way.
Correct.
Here's the Chicken Man, Trip Carter, Rossville, Tennessee, coming up left side. And Cole Godby over there on the right. Young man out of Georgia over here, part of the Legion crew.
Both of them made clean passes.
9:02 for the Chicken Man at 151. Cole Godby, 12:30 at 112 miles an hour. Think he's got it down past a half a tank yet?
No.
No?
No.
He'll be running all weekend.
I told him, I said, you got to run it and leave it idling during lunch, and you got to get that fuel out of it. He had I said 3/4 of a tank earlier, but he said he's still over 3/4 of a tank when I talked to him. I was like, wow.
Andy McPherson coming up now alongside Bill D'Antico. Talked a little bit with Bill. He's going to come up later on today and join us on the microphone. Looking forward to that.
Yep.
D'Antico out of Apple Valley, California.
Yeah, that was a good wheelie.
So D'Antico slowing as he gets towards the finish line. He's already on the brakes. I'm not sure if he has a problem and is pulling over down there or just what's going on.
It's like he took a hit but then slowed back down.
Well, that could be.
Andy
McPherson, 898 at 151.
So that was Andy Mack on the left?
Yes, sir. It was.
Oh, he just rode that thing way out.
Rob Welch coming up next. Lancaster, California. That is the green Charger over here on the left. Right side, Tally Garibay out of Laredo, Texas.
Tally scared himself earlier when his rear carriage shifted, and that might be what gave him that little bit of misalignment when he took off there.
Wow,
that was a good race.
That was a good race. These guys are trying to run 9 flat. Welch goes 9 flat at 154. Tally goes 9:01 at 151. So as far as being dialed in for the 9.0 index, they are on it. Here's Alex Valenzuela coming up now.
Escobar. That's his car's name is Escobar.
Escobar.
Yeah.
Okay. Paul Beckwith, right side. Beckwith not having the best of mornings. Let's see if the afternoon turns it around a little bit. I think this is the first lap we've seen for Alex,
Yes.
as we still have some folks arriving here. And someone on the starting line motioning over to Paul. Looks like maybe a little fluid out of the car. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of AC or water dripping out the rear. Oh, shit, that was hard.
For both sides, not good. And Alex pulling over to the wall. You saw some smoke out of the rear end of that car. Hopefully nothing hurt too badly.
The way he came, he was vertical, so I hope hope it didn't damage the motor.
I'm hoping it didn't either. Unfortunately, what I see sure looks like a trail of something behind the car. Yes, that's... Well, I believe we've lubricated lane 1, from what I'm hearing over the radio.
Is that what he said? Oil?
Yeah,
Oil
it
down?
sounds like when the car came down, it
Pop the oil pan.
hit the oil pan, and there is a little trail of fluid there behind Alex's car. That is not good. So we're going to be down for just a little while. So for you folks back in the staging lanes, you can probably get yourself comfortable, because we're going to be down for a few minutes here before we get back to any racing action.
Yes, I was.
And you know what's interesting? All these fresh apples you get to like because they're not testing this, they don't have 170. So you're in the mix
The
to
brace too. We had to brace the very
True.
first year.
Which is a little less risky than a moving cart, but
Okay, I
because
get
it
that.
just it holds things there. This problem between carbon and not, I'm not sure exactly knows
But
what's
it's
telling
not
me.
going to go up. You
I
have to
don't
fix it.
Right. If something breaks, it's going to be the night shaft, and so
because that's when we and it seems that's when we kind of like the 18s was when we faced it with the brakes, everything changed.
and Mike's great at making it scared me not to take it out. And so far today, it's not like the drive shaft is going to like be partially broken and work and then partially broken. It's either
All right, track prep is just about complete. Unfortunately, there for Alex, don't let all the oil out of it. That's not the way you want your weekend to start. Hey, just to clear up some confusion, these are time runs. You may have been told this was qualifying. That was a miscommunication on our part to the staging lane. So this is time runs. Time runs right now, test and tune. And we're going to do that. We're going to extend it a little bit. We're going to run test and tune until 2:15. Test and tune until 2:15. Then at 2:15, we will begin the first of 3 qualifying sessions, and we'll run those back to back to back. And you'll get 1 run in each of the 3 qualifying sessions. But for right now, as soon as we get back to action, we'll be back in time run mode, test and tune mode. And we're going to do that until 2:15, at which time we will stop, test and tune, and we will go into our first qualifying session. And a little miscommunication on our part out to the staging lane, so apologies for that. You can come back up and make more runs, but again, we're going to stop it at 2:15. We're going to run our 3 qualifying sessions back to back to back. You get 1 run per qualifying session. And then, once that's complete, we're going to go back to test and tune. And we're going to run until about dark. We're not going to turn the lights on the racetrack. We'll run till dark. So hopefully that is a little clearer. And for my part up here and for our part, we apologize for the confusion that brought on, but we're going to give you plenty of opportunities to get down the racetrack whenever and however we can. Hey, sounds like cars coming back to life. That's a good sign. Drivers, back to your cars, please. Drivers, please head back to your cars. We're back in test and tune mode right now. We're going to run you till about, we're going to shut the lanes off at 2:15. Okay? We're going to shut the lanes off at 2:15, which is 19 minutes from now. Test and tune mode right now. We'll shut the lanes off at 2:15. Appreciate your patience. Quite confident that the racetrack will be back in as good or better shape than it was before Alex's unfortunate incident out there. Kenny Woolsey, left side of the track out of Barnhart, Missouri. That is the dark gray Demon over on the left. Right side, the lighter gray machine, that's Jason Cohen. Cohen out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Getting set to stage up his Hemi Mopar. That may be a super stock over there on the right. Pretty good lead there for Cohen. 8:42 for Cohen at 166 miles an hour. Dumps the laundry down there, right side of the track. Left side, 969 at 148 for Kenny Woolsey. Mark Haas comes up now, left side. Haas out of St. Louis. And Brad Moose, right side, Belleville, Illinois, just across the river from St. Louis. Moose, right side. Haas, left. Pro Tree start. And away they go. About a 9:29 at 151 for Brad Moose. Mark Haas, left side, 9:69 at 150 miles per hour. Rolling up next, it's Tom Cassabaum and John Plogue. Tom from California. Plogue from Plymouth, Nebraska. Again, open time runs until we close the lanes at 2:15, after which we'll go into qualifying session number 1. Left side's going to get there first. 8:39, 160 miles an hour for Tom Casabon. Plogue runs through to a 9:14 at 148.40 miles per hour. Dan Pianfetti from Atkins, Texas. Looks like that car is being backed up for some reason. Not exactly sure. Sure if he's going to try another burnout. That's kind of what it's looking like. All right, we're going to try it again. With Ben Blaylock over here on the left. Ben not exactly getting the burnout he would be looking for. Yeah, maybe he didn't burn out. I'm not sure. Dan Pianfetti, though, definitely did. He's pulling up over here on the right-hand side. Car skitters off to the left a little bit. And he'll take it down to a 10:06. 10:06 for Dan Pianfetti at 137 miles per hour. Ben Blaylock now. Going through the burnout process over here on the left. Right side is Doug Watkins. Watkins out of Richmond, Texas. Blaylock from Tyler. Blaylock in the Lupe Tortilla A1 collision lane, left side. Watkins, the Toyota Sipple Speed Shop lane, over on the right. .906 for Ben Blaylock, 152 for the speed. 954, 148 for Doug Watkins. Ricky Holcomb now backs his super stock machine up on the left out of Cedar Park, Texas. Robert Glaspie, right side, Tehachapi, California. Tehachapi between Barstow and Bakersfield, out there in Central California. Glaspie encounters some problems off the starting line. He is slowly moving. Now he gets it back in gear, steps on a little bit. 979 at 141 miles per hour for Ricky Holcomb. Robert Glaspie 21:59 at the top end. Eric Mallon coming up now from San Antonio. And Rob Kripe over on the right. In his Sublime Lime machine. Kripe out of North Tustin, California. So Mallon, you see he's got the camera mount there on the back. Got one of those 360 cameras out there to capture the entirety of his run. Beautiful wheels up start there for Kripe. And he goes 9:35 at 150. Eric Mallon right alongside 9:40 at 146. Margin of victory was only 45 thousandths of a second at the top end. Nice close race. Here's Larry Rose and Mike Mahoney. Rose out of Newburgh, Indiana. That is the Silver Demon on the left. Right side, Mike Mahoney out of Louisville, Texas. The White Demon on the right. Our starting line crew runs up there to clean up just a little bit. Out there in front of the rear tire. Rose, the quicker of the two. 8:56, 159 miles an hour for Rose. For Mike Mahoney, 991 at 137. Bob Davis from Anaheim. Demon over there on the left, all purple machine. And right side, Angelo Rivera from Deltona, Florida. Davis going every which way but straight. Big old S-hook out there on the racing surface. 9:46 for Davis, 152 miles an hour. Angelo Rivera, the quicker of the two, 9:02 at 151. Mark Itchstein, Frisco, Texas, waits in the water box right now. He calls it the Evil Eye. And Craig Bellavender from Phoenix, the Yellow Demon over on the right. Pair of quick machines lining up side by side. Bellavender a little bit quick off the starting line. That's okay. He'll carry it through to an 8:99. 8:99, 1:49 for Bellavender. Mark Itchstein, 10:36 at 137. Jake Simon comes back up here. He's still in the licensing process. I believe he's got 4 license runs completed out of his 6. Getting a little assistance from our track crew out there to get him backed up in the right spot. Looks like he's moving a little bit to the right. Hopefully they'll get that straightened out. Attention in the pit area. We need the driver of car 1275. 1275. The driver of 1275, we need you back to your car immediately. Car 1275, if you're the driver of that car, we need you back to your car immediately. We're about to close the lanes. In fact, you got about 3 minutes left before we close the lanes. This one should be a little further. And it is a full run, 9:16, 148 miles an hour for Jake Simon. I believe he's got to make one more of those to take care of the licensing process. Jeremy Barrett coming up now, Verona, Wisconsin, alongside Catherine Kasiba. Catherine out of Louisville, Kentucky. Brad out in front of the car. And Jeremy Barrett from Verona, Wisconsin, the Blue Demon, on the left. Again, driver of car 1275, we need you to report to your car immediately. Two more to the top end, 918, left side for Barrett, 148. 906 for Catherine, 150 miles per hour. John Sipple coming up now. Sipple left side, Mooresville, North Carolina. One of our event sponsors for Sipple Speed Shop. Doug Redicop over on the right-hand side. Sipple kind of got his hands full down there, 895, 124 miles an hour off the throttle. Doug Redicop, 918 at 144. Attention in the pit area. Staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are now closed. If you're not there, just hang on. We're getting ready to do qualifying in a bit. But the staging lanes for open, test, and tune, staging lanes are closed. Once again, we're cleaning up just a little bit of water out there, but the staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. If you're not there, just hang on. Qualifying will be coming up. We're going to run out the cars that are in staging right now, and then once that is done, we'll go into our qualifying session. But staging lanes are closed. Tim Godby, can you hear me out there? Not sure if the PA works right here in front of the tower, but once again, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. And everybody just stand down until we give you the call for our first qualifying session. We have not done that yet, so everybody's on standby, unless the folks that are in the staging lanes, and we're going to get them run out before we call everybody up for Q1. Mark Pickrell comes up now at Canyon Country, California. The Division 7 runner over here on the left in his set cat. And Trip Carter III, a.k.a. Chicken Man, over here on the right. Pickerel rolls through on his burnout. He'll ease his way back here into those clean, hot, sticky tracks. Pickerel getting with the program, 8:28, 166 miles an hour. Pickerel, I believe, is quick for the day. 9:06 at 151 for Trip Carter. Jody Jarvis, Marge Hidings. They'll be up next. Jody, left side, Navasota, Texas. Marge Hidings, right side, Key Largo. Again, the staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. If you're not in the lanes already, stand down. Staging lanes are closed. Early brake lights left side for Jody Jarvis. 9:45 at 126. Marge Hidings, 9:15 at 146. Unknown driver on the right side, alongside Mark Haas on the left. .939, 149, left side for Mark Haas. Right side, 939, 146. Doug Watkins, Bill Dantico over on the right. Solid run for both. Top end, 9:01 at 155 for Dan Tico. Doug Watkins, 9:28, 151 miles per hour. Eric Taylor rolls back up here alongside Matt Martin. Eric out in front by a couple of car lengths at the finish line, 9:30 at 148. Matt Martin, 9:60 at 148 as well. Robert Glaspie and Kenny Woolsey coming up next. Glaspie out of Tehachapi, California. Again, the staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. They have been for about 10 minutes. So we're just running out who was in the lanes, and then we're getting set for Q1 coming up. .927, 149 for Kenny Woolsey. Robert Glaspie, 980, 139 miles per hour. Tally Garibay and Cole Godby will roll up next. Tally way down track at the finish line, 898, 151 miles an hour. Cole Godby Right side, 1243 at 111. Bob Davis and Tim Mikolajczyk. Thought I saw Tim earlier today. And those are what you call sticker tires. They rolled out, still had the stickers on them. Scrubbed them in right there on the burnout. Mikolajczyk out of Elizabeth, North Carolina, right side. Bob Davis from Anaheim on the left. .959 left, 943 on the right. Angelo Rivera, Rob Kripe. A pair of 910s on the scoreboards. 910 with a 5 at 150 for Angelo Rivera. Rob Kripe, 910 with a 9, also at 150 miles per hour. Coming up next, this is car 57. And this will be a no-time car. Andy McPherson now. Car 1275. We were looking for Andy a little while ago. Got him in his race car. .956, 149 miles per hour. It's Jim Marino and Mike Mulder off and running right now. 9:20 left side at 153. Mike Mulder, 894 at 151. One more car to go here. On a time run, car 44. All right. Tech card says G minor. I think we learned about him in music school. G minor over here on the right. Followed by a little bit of track prep. That one sounds a little different. .10:01, 139. Okay, racers, we're still in standby mode, but it won't be long till we call you to the staging lanes. It's going to be the first of 3 qualifying sessions. But it's all run, even though some of you will be in 850, some of you will be in 9 flat, so forth and so on. It does not matter what category you're going to run in eliminations tomorrow. We're going to do an all-run session here for qualifying, and then hand build the ladders at the end of the 3rd qualifying session. So for right now, you'll all come up together as a group. We'll give you that call here in just a minute. Right now, we're on standby as track prep is underway, putting down a hand spray of traction compound out there. TJ's out there with the flat drag, massaging it in. And it won't be long till we'll be calling you. Again, it's an all-run session. Track prep just about complete out here for our first qualifying session. So racers, this is your call to the lanes. This is an all-run session. Everybody, regardless of class, will get one qualifying run in this session. Come on down to the lanes. Everybody's going to run together. You get one run per session. So once you make your run, you can head back to the staging lanes and wait for run number 2. So once again, qualifying session number 1, all cars in all categories. It'll be an all-run session. Qualifying session number 1, to the staging lanes, please. We need you now. Once you've made your run, go back to your pit area and wait. If you try to come back up and make a second run, you will be turned around and sent back to your pit. We have 4 cars that are going to run here prior to our qualifying session. And once those 4 runs are complete, we'll go into qualifying. You will see the 9 flat index up on the scoreboard. That is simply to help us when we go to put together the ladder. But disregard that. You're just going to make your own regular run, and then we're going to manually put the ladders together after the 3 qualifying sessions are complete. All right, we're going to start things out with Sammy Beagles. Sammy Beagles in the drag pack. Mark Heiding's out in front of the car. Beagles out of Mansfield, Texas. Beagles came up earlier today. Best light of the weekend, as he was 1,000th of a second from a perfect reaction time. Very impressive. Let's see what he does this time around. Making his way through the gears as he gets to the top end. How about an 8 flat? 8.00, 175 for Sammy Beagles. Nice lap there. Nearly in the sevens. He goes 8.003 at 175. Licensing pass coming up here for Jake Simon. Jake Simon, Richfield, Wisconsin. Expect a full run here out of Simon's machine. Just like that, 897 at 151 for Jake Simon. Lonnie Bartley now out of Murrieta. Lonnie's MPR Motorsports. Red Eye. Again, qualifying session number 1 coming up. It's an all-run session, so everybody needs to come up. Make your one run. Go back to your trailer and wait for further instructions. He eases off the throttle, coasts on through to a 928 at 103. 543 at 126 to the 8th mile mark for Lonnie Bartley. One more car coming up here in this exhibition group. This is Chris Bailey coming up. Once again, we need you to the lanes for qualifying. Sounds like we've only got about 12 cars back there right now in qualifying mode. Your first of 3 qualifying sessions. You need to bring it up. Qualifying session number 1 coming up. We need you now to the staging lanes. We're not doing it by class. It's all run. Everybody runs together. And then we'll sort it out up here in the qualifying sheets. Do a hand ladder. But all categories, qualifying session 1 coming up. We need you now. Chris Bailey coming up now. Rolls past the starting line there. Bailey out of Fort Worth. Qualifying session number 1, final call. Qualifying session number 1, final call. We need you to the lanes. Qualifying session number 1, final call. We need you to the lanes. Final call. If you're not here, you're late. All run, 1 run, Q1. So Chris Bailey's machine goes 969 at 158 miles an hour. But you heard the throttle work out there mid-track. Didn't quite have it spooled up all the way coming off the starting line and kind of on and off the throttle mid-track. So that car's got a lot left in it. All right, we are in qualifying round 1. Qualifying round 1 coming at you right now. Here's Ricky Holcomb. Left side out of Cedar Park, Texas, and Mike Mahoney on the right. Everybody gets 1 qualifier. We'll complete the session. Then we'll go into qualifying session number 2. Ricky Holcomb sat on the bulb for a long, long time. Then goes 983 at 140 miles an hour left side. Mike Mahoney, 993 at 137. So again, you'll see the 9 flat up there on the scoreboard, but you can ignore that, as we're just using it to help build the data file here before we hand ladder it later. Catherine Kasiba left side out of Louisville. Craig Bellavender right side from Phoenix. Looks like the weather warming up out there as we see folks in T-shirts, short sleeve shirts. Going to turn out to be a beautiful day here at the Motorplex. Bellavender gets off the starting line as expected. 898 over here on the right. 148 miles an hour. And Catherine having a little trouble getting the car staged, so we'll back her up, give her another shot at it. Catherine eases her way into the beams over here left side. Car moves a little bit to the left. So he gathers it up, heads to the top end. 948. 948, 149 miles per hour for Catherine. Jody Jarvis will be up next on the left, alongside Chris Ulanowitz out of Savannah, Texas. Pair of Texans, left and right. Of course, Jody for Jarvis Tire Pros. Ulanowitz has the better reaction time, but Jody Jarvis drives it about 1,100 feet, then steps off the throttle. 966 at 120 for Jody Jarvis. Chris Ulanowitz, 1097 at 123. Not sure if that's by design. The Jarvis is stepping off early down there. I think he's done it a couple of times here today. In the meantime, Bob Davis and John Plogue, they'll roll up. Davis left side from Anaheim. John Plogue from Plymouth, Nebraska. Pair of Purple Demons making their way down track. Plogue with a little bit of trouble getting off the starting line, and you see he's kind of easing his way on down through there to a 15:36. In the meantime, Bob Davis, nice lap, 9:21, 152. Marge Hidings, Kenny Woolsey coming up next. Hidings from Key Largo, Florida. See Mark out there in front of Marge, helping her get straight there towards the starting line. Kenny Woolsey kind of figuring it out on his own, so to speak. About a 9:05 at 151 for Marge Hidings. Nice run there for the Floridian. And Kenny Woolsey goes 9:20 to 148 miles per hour. Mark Ichstein, Frisco, Texas. Left side. Dan Pianfetti, right side, Atkins, Texas. Mark Itzstein, 10:18, 134. Dan Pianfetti, 10:08 at 136. Your final call's already been given. So with that, we close the lanes for qualifying session number 1. If you're not there, you missed it. Q1 qualifying, lanes are closed. We're going to run out these cars, and then we'll call you back for Q2. But once again, the lanes are now closed for qualifying session number 1. Mark Haas and Paul Beckwith coming up now. They are down track. Haas on the left, 973 at 149. Paul Beckwith, 984 at 138 miles per hour. Two more pulling up. Matt Martin and Trip Carter. Martin left from Minnesota. Trip Carter, Rossville, Tennessee. The Chicken Man over on the right. Once again, lanes are closed. Lanes are closed If you're not in the lanes, you missed it. .914 at 149 for Matt Martin. Trip Carter goes 903 at 151. It's Jessica Sipple and Robert Glaspie coming up now. Sipple out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Glaspie from Tehachapi, California. If green's your color, two different shades to take a gander at right now. Jessica is in and off and running. Glaspie trailing behind. Sipple to the top end, 964 left side for Sipple, 148 miles an hour for the speed, 1481 at 63 for Robert Glaspie. Coming up next, the Charger over here on the left-hand side. Not on file as of yet. Angelo Rivera over on the right. In the Demon. Left side rolls the beams. Will not get a time. Angelo Rivera right side. 911 at 150 miles per hour. McPherson and Rob Welch off and running. Welch to the stripe first, 905, 155. .921 over on the left. Jeremy Barrett, left side. Finish line first, 9:16 at 1:48. Brad Moose was alongside there, 9:30 at the top end for Brad Moose right side. 1:51 for the speed. Just a couple of pairs left here before Q1 is complete. Traveling buddies here, matching up left and right. Left side, that's Eric Taylor out of Elon, North Carolina. His new Demon 170. Loving every minute of it, he says. And right side, Tim Mikulajczyk, Elizabeth, North Carolina. As we just have a couple of more cars here before the end of this qualifying session. Bring the RPMs up. Taking their time to get in and stage. Tim having a little trouble there finding the stage beam. Now we're in. Eric's going to get there first, 9:11. 9:11 at 1:49. Tim Mikulajczyk, 9:40 at 1:52. This is Mark Pickrell, left side, and Larry Rose on the right. Pickrell's California-based Demon backs up in the A1 collision lane, left side. Larry Rose, right side, out of Newburgh, Indiana. Pickrell marching his way to the top end, 8:27 at 1:66. Larry Rose, 8:55 at 1:59. Quick pair right there. Eric Mallon, Rob Kripe coming at you. Mallon out of San Antonio. That is the orange demon on the left. You see that tall selfie stick on the back, for lack of a better term. The deck-mounted camera there. On the right side, Rob Kripe out of North Tustin, California. The all-green machine. Mallon goes 926, 146 miles an hour left. Rob Kripe goes 920, 920 at 150. Tim Godby backing up old 457 over here on the right-hand side. Matching up alongside his son, Cole. Over on the left, Cole in the 300C. So Cole got the better of it on the reaction timer. Tim will drive it to the top end, 1022. Right side, 133 miles an hour. Cole Godby, 1244 at 112. When we get into bracket racing mode, it doesn't matter how quick or how slow you are, as long as you run it consistently. Tally Garibay left side, Penny Holcomb on the right. Little tire spin there for Tally. He's not going to like that run. In the meantime, Penny Holcomb, 991, 135 miles an hour. Tally with a 1506 at 77. And final car for qualifying session number 1. Right now, Bill Dantico out of Apple Valley, California. And getting some guidance to put it back in the water box. Bill Dantico, 882 at 156. So qualifying session number 1 is complete. Tractors are rolling out here on the racing surface right now to do just a little bit of track prep. At this time, we'll go ahead and call all competitors back to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. All classes, all categories, Q2 to the lanes, please. Qualifying session number 2. Everybody gets one run here in qualifying session number 2. Come on down. We will take you now, qualifying session number 2, to the lanes. All right, once again, we need qualifying session number 2. Back to the lanes. If you're not there, you need to head that way. Again, it's an all-run group. No matter what category you're in for eliminations tomorrow, whether it's 850 heavyweight, 950 brackets, whatever it might be, everybody is going to run here in qualifying session number 2. Everybody gets one run only in qualifying session number 2. So after you make your run, head back to your pit area. Eliminations will be tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, we need Q2 back to the lanes. All right, racers, track prep is just about complete. TJ out there making his final touches on the racing surface. Want to let you know this is the second of 2 qualifying sessions. I may have said 3 earlier today. We are only going to run 2 qualifying sessions, then we'll go back into test and tune after that. So once again, to clarify, 2 qualifying sessions. This is the second of the 2 coming up. Then we'll go back to test and tune. Also, when we get to test and tune mode, if you're a no-time racer, we want to put you in lane 10. We want to segregate you from the rest of the group. So if your no time cars goes to lanes 10, once we get into test and tune mode. That way we don't mess up your program. But we need you to cooperate by going to lane number 10 when we get to test and tune. But in the meantime, qualifying session number 2 coming up, the all-run session. If you're not in the lanes, you need to head that way. Once you've made your run, go back to your pit area, wait for further instructions. Jake Simon awaits his turn over here on the right-hand side, not sure if he's still in the licensing process or if he's made all the runs that are required for licensing. I'm not sure. Harrison Beagles over here on the left, out of Mansfield, Texas. You see Sammy out there looking things over. Over on the left-hand side, Jake Simon right side. Richfield, Wisconsin, the home. Jake slips the tire a little bit. 9:25 at 149 for Harrison Beagles. 9:86 at 148 for Jake Simon. Chris Ulanowitz will be pulling up next over here on the left-hand side. Ulanowitz, Savannah, Texas. Tally Garibay over on the right from Laredo. Again, this is qualifying session 2 of 2, final qualifying, coming up right now. Once you've made this qualifying run, head back to your pit area. Once everybody is completed with that, we'll go back to test and tune mode. But for right now, we need you to wait at your pit area. Chris Ulanowitz is going to get there second, 11:01 at 123 miles an hour. Tally Garibay, 897, speed of 151. Mark Ichstein out of Frisco, Texas, moves up alongside Jason Cohen. Cohen out of Colorado. He'll back up from his burnout right now. Big wheels up there for Cohen. He yanks it back to the center of the lane. 834, 166 miles per hour for Jason Cohen. Mark Ichstein, 1029, 137. Dan Pianfetti and Jody Jarvis coming up right side. Pianfetti from Atkins, Texas. That is the green and yellow Demon over on the left. Right side, Jody Jarvis out of Navasota, Texas, the tire man. Jarvis off the starting line first. But Dan Pianfetti gets there first. 10:07 at 137. 10:22 for Jody Jarvis right side. 139 for the speed. Rob Kripe and Matt Martin will line up next. Rob Kripe, 9:11. 9:11 at 150 over here on the left. Matt Martin right side, 9:45 at 148. Cole Godby's 300C in the water box right now, left side, alongside Bob Davis. Davis from Anaheim in the purple People Eater. Cole Godby, 12:31.12. Bob Davis, 9:14 at 147. So the staging lanes are closed now for qualifying session number 2. Staging lanes are now closed for qualifying session number 2. If you made your run here in qualifying session number 2, head back to the trailer, and we'll call you back in a little bit. But for right now, if you made your run, go back to your trailer. 1 run per session. Eric Mallon out of San Antonio. He'll line up his machine left side. Catherine Kasiba out of Louisville to the right. Mallon just rattles the tires there in his machine. In the meantime, Catherine drives through the top to a 912 at 149. Eric Mallon, 1130 at 144 miles per hour. So Ben Blaylock and Ricky Holcomb wait patiently as our starter checks out the starting line, make sure everything is good to go. Again, the staging lanes are closed, and if you made your run, you can head back to or stay at your trailer. 1 run per session. Blaylock is out of Tyler, Texas. Holcomb from Cedar Park. Blaylock to the stripe with a 907 at 152. Ricky Holcomb right side, 981 at 138 miles per hour. Trip Carter brings his purple machine towards the starting line. He's alongside Craig Bellavender. Bellavender out of Phoenix. Trip Carter from Rossville, Tennessee. .908 left side for Trip Carter, 151 for the speed. Craig Bellavender goes 898, 147. Marge Hidings and Mike Mahoney. Mahoney right side, that is the refrigerator white Demon. Marge's Red Machine off the starting line. Marge is usually pretty good on the tree. This time better than her competition. 910, 151. Mike Mahoney right side, 988, 137. Jeremy Barrett gets set to line up now on the left side. The A1 collision lane this weekend. And on the right side, the Sipple Speed Shop lane, John Plogue. Plogue out of Nebraska. Barrett from Wisconsin. Both trying to get away from the colder weather. Plogue to the top end with a 919 at 147. Jeremy Barrett slowing at the finish line, 1103 at 93. A little bit of mop action out there. Just a touch of sticky stuff to get things cleaned up out there. In front of Larry Rose and Angelo Rivera. Rose left side. Newburgh, Indiana. Angelo Rivera right side, Deltona, Florida. Here are the two race cars marching towards the top end. 862 at 158 for Larry Rose. Angelo Rivera, 929 at 149. Jim Marino and Mike Mulder getting set to line up now. Marino, left side, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Mike Mulder, right side from San Clemente, California. Just a beautiful burgundy maroonish color on each of these Mopars. And for Jim Marino, he left before the tree fired. That means he will not get a time in this session. For Mike Mulder, 902 at 147. Marino will not receive time on his time ticket. So he left before the tree was activated. Rob Welch out of Lancaster, California. The Dodge Charger over here on the left alongside Andy McPherson. McPherson right side in his Purple Demon. Welch, the better of the two, leaving the starting line as they head to the top end. 9-3-0 with a 2 at 135. 9:30 with a 2 at 135 for Rob Welch. Andy McPherson goes 9:07 at 147. Eric Taylor. Just a long, steady burnout right there. He'll back up. Eric, North Carolina, the home, alongside a fellow Tar Heel from North Carolina, Tim Mikulajczyk. Tim out of Elizabeth, North Carolina. As I said before, these two are traveling buddies. Taylor falls off the pace. Not sure if he's got a problem or what. Now he gathers it back up and starts making his way that way. Tim Mikulajczyk, 9:07, 152. Eric Taylor, trouble-plagued run there in a 16:02. Jessica Sipple and Tim Godby. Coming up next, Sipple, her and John, sponsors of this event. Tim Godby, right side. He is the leader of the Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopars. Jessica, left side, 972 at 145. Right side, Tim, 1030 at 132. Mark Haas and Kenny Woolsey coming up now. Missourians, left and right. Haas out of St. Louis. Woolsey out of Barnhart. Hopefully they had a better trip down I-44 than I did about a week ago. $9.54 at 149 for Mark Haas. Kenny Woolsey, 9:12, 149 miles an hour as well. Here's Mark Pickrell coming up now. I believe he calls it the Alpha Cat, out of Canyon Country, California. John Sipple coming up now. We saw Jessica a few minutes ago. John's turn now. From Mooresville, North Carolina, over there in the Charlotte area. Sipple in the Sipple Speed Shop lane, right side of the track. And Sipple not liking what's going on there. He will take his foot out of it. Idle on through to a 12:23 at 74 miles an hour. In the meantime, Mark Pickrell, 992 at 108. I don't believe he had it all the way to the floor. And if my math is correct, final car coming at you. That is the car that Jake Simon has been running all day. If I overheard correctly, I think there is a second driver for the same car. In the meantime, the Wisconsin runner will get lined up over here on the left. Final car 898 at 150 miles per hour. So qualifying session number 2 is now in the books. Qualifying is complete. We're going to go back to test and tune. So test and tuners, you can come down to the lanes. Test and tune will take you to lanes. Don't forget, if you're wanting to run no time cars, please move over to lane 10. No time cars to lane 10. All other test and tune cars, you can come to the lanes, and we'll be open test and tune until the close of business today, which will probably be about an hour and a half from now. Going to run till dark. We're not going to turn the lights on, so we'll run as long as it's safe to see out there. But once again, test and tune, open test and tune to the lanes, no time cars. We want to segregate you out. No time will stage up in lane 10. All right, sounds like our starting line is ready to go. We are waiting for race cars. Come on up. It is our open test and tune. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. You can come up and make an unlimited number of passes. Well, I guess not unlimited. But we'll be making race car passes down the racetrack until dark. Again, we're not going to turn the lights on the racetrack, so once it gets dark enough that it's just not safe, or if the temperature drops enough that it's just not safe, we'll shut you off. But for right now, we're looking at probably about an hour and a half of test and tune time before we call it a day. All right, first car up on the starting line. This is a no-time car. Jay Curry. I believe this is Jay's first pass of the weekend. Nice looking run there for Jay Curry. He captured it all on his 360 selfie stick. And he'll have a little data to work with. Coming up next, it's the proprietor of ZH Tunes, Zung Ho. Z back here in the water box in his Charger. Avenger, Texas, the home for Zung Ho. And not happy with something. He made a really beautiful pass earlier, but not satisfied with what he saw there, so backs it out of the water box. All right, time runs coming at you now. Catherine Kosiba left. John Plogue right. Catherine makes a nice run, 9:06 at 150. John Plogue, unfortunately, car alongside the guard wall. Looks like he is got it gathered up, and he'll head back down the racetrack. It's very, very quiet. All right, the car is fired back up. Bill D'Antico over on the right-hand side out of Apple Valley, California. And Ken Bradshaw pulls up left side, Mount Pleasant, Texas, the home for Dan Tico with a nice run there, 886 at 155. Ken Bradshaw, 1023, 135 miles per hour. Tally Garibay takes his burnout across the starting line. He will ease his way back here. Get himself ready to go as Zung Ho refires his machine. Again, test and tune lanes are open. Tire spin there for Tally. Not exactly sure why that was the case, because everything looked good on the burnout. But maybe sorting out a little bit there. 1584 at 69, but not at all what that car is capable of doing. In the meantime, Mr. ZH Tunes back here. Car is running. He's ready. As long as we can see that our starting line is good. And you got TJ. Cheeseburger out. Not Cheeseburger, but starting line crew out there. Yeah, I believe it's got a hairdryer under the hood. Zung Ho out of Avenger, Texas. If I recall, at one time he had not only turbochargers, but also a kit or two of nitrous on his machine. Z is lined up way out of the groove now. TJ gets him straightened out. Looks like TJ's going to give him a chance to get readjusted a little bit more there. Nope. As the car lurched, didn't even look like it rolled out of the beams yet. Well, maybe it did. So it's my understanding he's going to back off and get out the laptop and tweak the tune up a little bit. And we'll just see what Mr. ZH Tunes can do with the tuning window. Eric Mallon comes up now. He'll pair up alongside Andy McPherson. So out a 967 at 145 for Eric Mallon. Coming up next, it's Rob Welch. Welch from Lancaster, California. Overpowers the starting line just a little bit there for Rob Welch. And he'll just take his time to get to the finish line as we are in test and tune mode. Again, test and tuners, come on up. Probably got about an hour's worth of good daylight here before we'll call it a day. Andy McPherson now. Again, a little bit of slip there on the starting line. He'll ease his way down to a 1667 at 69. Mark Itstein coming up next. Frisco, Texas, as we get back to it after a little bit of rubbing out there on the racetrack. Itstein's Demon is off and running there on the left-hand side. And we'll get to the finish line. 10:03 at 1:37 for Mark. Chris Bailey comes up now alongside Eric Mallon. Mallon had a little trouble staging the last time, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out this time around. Mallon carrying the Boostain livery on the back of the car there. Bailey's had a little bit of a challenge today. Just getting his race car to do what he wants it to do. Bailey making a better run this time around. Lost some time here on the starting line, 9:16 at 1:59. Eric Mallon, 10:73 at 1:43. This is Jake Simon and Angelo Rivera coming up next. Jake from Richfield, Wisconsin. Angelo from Florida, Deltona, Florida. How about Simon with an 8:99? Getting down under the 9-second barrier, 8:99 for Jake Simon. It's Rob Welch and G Minor coming up now. G Minor from Royce City. Rob Welch from California. Welch, 9:48, 154. G Minor, 9:57, 143 miles per hour. So Andy McPherson and Paul Beckwith. Although no Paul. Paul back here in the water box. McPherson, 9:18 at 149. We'll get Beckwith reset here. Beckwith out of Anna, Texas. Backs up the black Demon. And Ben Blaylock out of Tyler, Texas, pulls forward with the white Demon. Maybe. And for Paul Beckwith, turns into a single run right there. Beckwith with a 976 at 139. Now it looks like Ben Blaylock and John Plogue. Plogue had some trouble on an earlier run. Looks like things are sorted out now. Ben Blaylock, 925 at 152. John Plogue, 945 at 147. So for Harrison Beagles, got a little bit out of sequence there. Not going to get a time. All right, everybody going to get sorted out now. Jay Curry brings his no-time machine up to the starting line. Next up, finish line, Paul Beckwith, 980 at 140. Mark Haas, 1336 at 110 miles an hour. Harrison Beagles and Kenny Woolsey back here in the water box now. Beagles got a little out of sequence on the starting line earlier and left before he got the tree. Shadow's starting to creep a little bit over the starting line area, so it's going to get a little cooler out there. And I'd say we've got about a half an hour to 45 minutes before it's going to get pretty dark out there. So you want to get those final runs in for today. You'll want to head up to the staging lanes. Well, it looks like Harrison did the same thing this time that he did last time. Left before the tree was activated. Will not get a time. Kenny Woolsey had trouble right off the starting line. He's already got the door open. We're going to have to push him back to a safe area here as his race car is not racing. We'll get him clear to the starting line. Harrison having a little challenge with the staging process. But he'll have more opportunities to fix it. Meantime, Daniel Valenzuela out of Reseda, California. Hey, that's not a demon. How about the Jeep? And just doing the all-wheel drive, gripping and ripping. And might have shook a filling or two loose on that launch. And Daniel did not wait for the tree to fire either. No good. So the flat drag and broom out there on the starting line once again. Putting a nice flat patch out there. TJ Bailey, a.k.a. El Prepe, grooms the starting line here at the Texas Motorplex. All right, what's your favorite shade of green? You got 4 of them to pick from out there on the starting line and in the water box. Dan Pianfetti left side, Robert Glaspie on the right. Pianfetti from Atkins, Texas. Glaspie out of Central California. And at the finish line, Glaspie's going to get there first, 982 at 138, right side. Dan Pianfetti left side, 1002, 138 miles per hour. Rob Kripe and Eric Taylor coming up now. 2 more green machines. Kripe out of North Tustin, California. And Eric Taylor from North Carolina. West Coast, East Coast, meeting in the heartland of the country here. North Texas. Kripe a little bit better off the starting line and goes 898 at 151. Eric Taylor 944 at 146 miles per hour. It'll be Jim Marino coming up next alongside Doug Redekop. Marino out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And Redekop, right side, from Florida. Marino, finish line, 9:21 at 149. Redekop off the pace, 11:05 at 126. Mark Haas and Tim Mikulajczyk will be your next pairing. Haas from St. Louis. He'll be backing up from the burnout, left side. Rob Bell. Greenville, Tennessee is on the starting line right now. And this is one of our no-time competitors here. So Bell not going to really be liking that. So now it's Mark Haas and Tim Mikulajczyk. Mikulajczyk on and off the throttle. He gathers it up to drive it to the stripe. 10:45 at 150 right side. Mark Haas takes his Demon to a 9:73 at 148. Paul Beckwith and Catherine Kasiba be next up to take the tree. Beckwith left. He's got that thing all decked out with GoPros anywhere and everywhere. Miss Catherine over here on the right-hand side. See hubby Brad out there helping get her into the best traction possible. Kosiba out of Louisville, Kentucky. Had been Indiana-based for a long time, now in Louisville. Beckwith, Anna, Texas, the home. Both race cars hustling down the track. How about Catherine with a 917 at 150. Paul Beckwith, left side 991, 139 miles per hour. Harrison Beagles going to make a single. Harrison's had a little bit of a challenge here, just getting to the green light. It'll be better here as the Mansfield, Texas runner. Lights the top bulb. There you go. This time taking lab numbers on it this time. 928 at 148 for Harrison Beagles. Andy McPherson now rolls up to follow in Beagles' tracks. And Bill D'Antico, right side from Apple Valley, California. McPherson staged and ready. Here comes D'Antico. Driving into the sunshine. To the top end they go. 878 at 156 miles an hour for Mr. William D'Antico. 921 at 148 for Andy McPherson. Jake Simon will ease his way forward right now. Richfield, Wisconsin. Jeremy Barrett alongside from Verona, Wisconsin. One of these two are traveling buddies. Be Rob Cripe, Larry Rose coming up next. All right, attention in the pit area. I want to let you know that the staging lanes will be closing at 5:30. Staging lanes will be closing at 5:30. That's 18 minutes from now. So if you want to get another run in before the close of the day today, staging lanes will be closing at 5:30. Once again, just a heads up, staging lanes will close at 5:30. As the shadows are setting in on the racing surface, and as it gets a little darker out there, the track temperature gets a little cooler, and at some point we're just not going to have a warm enough racetrack to race on. But we are continuing to keep it in the best shape that we can. We got about 15 more minutes left before we'll have to close the lanes. And if you're in the lanes at 5:30, we'll run you out. Call it a night. Well, Tim Godby joins me back here in race control. He's been hanging out outside, and I even saw him make a lap or two in the car, and pretty good day one, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think everybody is. I might have a dead mic there. Everybody's been happy so far. Looks like we have 1, 2 drive shafts, I believe, that gave us a little problem. We had, of course, Alex's shooting for the stars and taking out his oil pan, but he's got an oil pan coming, so he should be able to get that squared away. And if those guys find drive shafts in time, they may be able to get running tomorrow. Yeah, now the starting line and everything's in the shade, making it a little more difficult for them to stick. Let's got power.
All right, I believe we got power over here. Yes, sir. We'll trade microphones back.
Hello.
Hey, look at there. It's amazing when it's got a little juice in it. Isn't
Yep,
it?
that's the way to do it.
Yep. So I don't know if it's true or not. Rumor is that our old buddy David Davies is on his way down here.
He called me and said that he was going to fly in and see us tomorrow in the afternoon. He's gonna stop by and see us, and then I think he'll be here all day Saturday.
Very cool. Very
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
You know, David's one of the guys that started out as a Dodge Demon guy.
That's
and,
right. He was original man.
one of the originals, and of course, his real job takes him to a lot of different places as a corporate executive, and really his love of Mopars and the Demons and everything took him to the NHRA, and he is now racing professionally over on the NHRA side of the world, and the corporate sponsor for the factory stock showdown machines over there in NHRA competition. So it's really cool to have one of our own move on to something like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. We'll be happy to see him. We really do miss him. He was there when the Demon first came out, and before Legion of Demons ever started, we powwowed in the pits and talked about it, and he's one of the factors that we all came together and made it happen. Yeah, hopefully for the next 30 minutes or so, everything will be good to go.
Yeah,
was-
Jody Jarvis making it look easy right now as he heads down track. 9:41 there for Jody. Eric not making the run that he's looking for, but Jody 9:41 at 1:42. But if Eric wants to bring it back up here, he's got another few minutes to do so, as it's 5:21 right now. We'll be closing the lanes at 5:30. Rob Bell coming up now out of Greenville, Tennessee. And this is one of our no-time cars. So those cars have accounted for themselves pretty well today, the no-time guys. Of course, we can see it, but you can't.
That's right.
That's the way it's intended.
That is correct. And they've been working on this one here. This is a new Demon 170 with the twin turbo setup.
I thought it sounded a little different.
Yep. And what's funny is that we've hardly ever had the turbos, at other than a Viper, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden this year we've got several Chargers, several Challengers, and the Vipers will be out tomorrow, and we'll get to see those run, which that is a great sight, watching
Those Vipers.
street cars that'll do 6 and 7 seconds in a quarter mile.
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah, 200 mile an hour in a quarter. and you drive it to the grocery store.
Yeah. No. Ricky Holcomb and John Plogue coming up now. So I think I saw you out there chatting with Zung Ho a little bit.
Yeah.
He's had a few challenges this afternoon. Any update on him?
Well, his first run down the track, he did, what was it? It was a 7.
Yeah, it was very
Seven-
slick
20
run.
something, 7 something.
Yeah.
And then he said that was a shakedown pass. And I was like, okay. And then he came up and he said he put a little bigger tune in it. And he went to launch, but he said, you can't launch with 40 plus pounds of boost.
No.
He said, I think I got the wrong tune in it. We were like, yeah.
Well, he's going to launch something with 40 pounds of boost.
Yeah.
Maybe parts out from under the hood. 982 at 140 for Ricky Holcomb. John Plogue goes 936 at 147.
I tell you, one of the great things about this is that you get to bring your car, you bring a set of tires, and one of the goals that you have is to burn the tires off before you leave and run 55-gallon drum of fuel, just dry it up. And they do it. I mean, these
I
cars
see
are
that.
awesome. They do it.
See that? I saw, can't remember who came out. They had sticker tires on their car, so they're getting a fresh set
There you go.
to burn off of there.
Oh, that was a great hook.
Larry Rose, Tally Garibay. Larry Rose.
850.
Yeah, 857 at 160. That's getting with it. 945 at 151 for Tally Garibay. As we're getting down here to the end of day one, this doesn't just, you don't just roll in here on a Tuesday and throw out a bunch of flyers on the table and say, let's go. There's a lot of work that goes into this event. How long have you guys been working on getting ready for this weekend's event?
So it really starts the year prior at the previous event. You work with the track and the contract that you got to do. Make sure your times are blocked out for the next year. However, around 6 months prior, June, July, we really start working on things. And that's when we start advertising to our previous members, the ones that have been to the track with us before. They get about 30 days previous notice before we actually put it out there to the public that we have it, that we're open for the next year for entries. So it starts about then. And then for the next 6 months, it's just, it starts out small, and then, in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's been wide open. You spend a lot of time on it.
Well, it shows in the quality of the workflow. It's all gone fairly smoothly, at least from my perspective. Things have gone pretty smooth, and I believe from the racers, they feel the same way.
It definitely is. When you have good weather, it makes for an excellent weekend. It fixes a lot of problems,
Yes, it definitely does.
I'm going to take off for a second. I'm going to be off.
Bob Davis, Rob Welch, pair of Californians coming at you. So Rob Welch with some troubles there and comes to a stop at the 330 block out there. And it looks like he is going to go ahead and drive it on through. Meantime, Bob Davis already passed the finish line, 967. 151 miles an hour. How about a 901 at 150 miles an hour there over on the left side? Chris Ulanowitz will be up next. Ulanowitz. Looks like it's going to make the single. And does. .11:01 at 1:23. All right, just want to let you know, racers, the lanes are now closed. It's 5:30, and with that, we're closing the lanes. If you're not in the staging lanes now, don't come up. Staging lanes are closed, and I think we only really have a handful of cars left that are going to try to make a run here tonight, one of which is Zung Ho. And you see Zung up there on the starting line, the ZH Tunes man, and got the laptop out, and he's had to do a little tweaking on it.
Yeah, he did. He told us he was at 40 pounds of boost on the line, and we agree with him. That's going to be a little bit much for the car to take. Good launch. Hold on to it, buddy. Hold on to it.
I believe he's got a good one there.
730.
Yeah, 735, 191 miles an hour. What a run for Z. 735 at 191. Not sure if that's a little quicker than what he ran earlier today on his shakedown pass.
Yeah, I can't remember. I was thinking that it was like a 720, but it might have been a 780. But it was very quick.
All right, Jay Curry comes up, his no-time machine. He'll pull up over here on the left, or excuse me, on the right-hand side. And we like to run our no-time guys separate from everybody else. because, it's a secret. So we'll let Jay make his pass here. Doug Redekop will wait his turn. Staging lanes are closed. Now it's time for Doug Redekop and Penny Holcomb. Redekop will pull up left side out of Estero, Florida. Penny Holcomb right side. And they call the Gray Ghost over here on the right. Cedar Park, Texas, the home for Penny. We have just maybe one or two more cars here before we call it a night. All right, looks like this may be our final pair on the starting line. And then we've got one more car coming up after that. G minor over on the left. Jerry Grimes on the right. G minor out of Royce City, Texas. Jerry Grimes from Osaka, Mississippi. I was wondering if that was a V6 or a V10. It's a 6. Definitely got a little different sound to it. 849.9 at 166 for Jerry Grimes. If he's in the 850 category, he's so close. G minor with a 962 in the 6-cylinder at 142 miles an hour is Jake Simon. And I do believe that Mr. Simon will be final car of the day. So I understand Jake and Jeff are sharing the seat this weekend in the Demon, and Jake went through the licensing process earlier today, got his 6 runs in as required. A little bit of tire chatter there for Jake to close out the day. And at the finish line, it's a 977 at 148 miles per hour. And with that, our final cars have gone down the track for day 1 of our 7th annual gathering here. The Lonestar Rivals Legion of Demons event. And we've got plenty going on tomorrow. Eliminations in all of our categories will be happening tomorrow. The car show, drivers, please fill out and bring your ballots for your selections for the car show. Bring your ballots to the drivers' meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to fire up the day tomorrow with the national anthem at 8 o'clock in the morning, drivers' meeting at 8:30. Hope to be on track beginning at 9 as we got plenty to get done. Our awards ceremony will be at noon tomorrow. And Tim Godby, anything else you like to add to all of that?
I'm going to add that we adjusted or will be adjusting the schedule to a 1 o'clock p.m. lunch start. So that'll be the time just to give us a little more room as far as scheduling to get the eliminations in the morning taken care of. But other than that, everything's right. 8 o'clock, 8:30 for the drivers' meeting, and hopefully we'll be on the track by 9.
Well, hope so. We anticipate another gorgeous day. Today was very nice out there, and we're looking for
It
another one
was.
tomorrow. And we'll get all of our racing done. Then it'll be a little fun time after that. And this is going to work out to be a pretty great weekend.
Yes, I am. Like I said, when you have good weather, it fixes a lot of things.
Well, today didn't need much fixing other than a couple of drive shafts, and hopefully tomorrow
An oil pan.
and an oil pan. But
Yeah.
there's one on the way, right?
Yep,
How
oil
much JB
pan.
well will that take to fix that thing? Right?
Oh yeah, he was very lucky. It was just the oil pan. That was it.
Well,
He said until he's able to drive it again, he doesn't know if it slapped the ground hard enough to do any other like suspension damage or anything like that. So
understand that.
yep,
That's all for another day. And
that
this
is.
one is all wrapped up. So on behalf of Tim Godby and Sue Ellen and everybody over in the Champions Club and the entire Texas Motorplex crew, we're going to sign off here now with the live stream, and we will be back with you tomorrow morning. For everybody, this is Warren Evans. Have a great night. Be careful whatever it is you do, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.